All right. Looks like we are live. So let me just check this. Yep. Looks like it's working. This looks like it's working. Good to go. So today we are doing a... Just realized I have had that window open since the last time I streamed. I forgot to close it. It's just an IK solver. But I should have closed that before stream because that's a thing for work. Anyways, yeah. So what we're working on right now. There we go. So what we're working on today or tonight is in a little over 24 hours, I will be going to CES, or the Consumer Electronics show. And what I would like to be able to show off, just as a cool thing there, is this little CLI prompt for BraneScript that is currently not compiling, because I've been rapidly adding tons of features that BraneScript has needed for months, but I've just been busy with other stuff, so I haven't done them. And I'm just adding all of those all of a sudden because I've actually figured out I figured out how to work on the language again, basically. And it's with this CLI prompt. I got the JIT compilation working, and then after that point, it's okay, what do I do next? What's the next step? Do I just throw it into the engine immediately? That doesn't feel quite right. There's so much that needs to get done before I throw it into the engine. It's just straight up not ready. But what I can do is make an interactive CLI prompt where we progressively add features to that. It's really cool because it's a CLI prompt. I can immediately see the results of what I do. I can use it for debugging and stuff, and it's just generally, pretty fun. So yeah, that's what I've been working on, and we're getting really close to a point where I would be happy showing it off. So I won't have the scheduler. I possibly won't have the page allocator. I have the page allocator written. I just don't have bindings for it in the actual language yet, or data structures that would actually use the page allocator either. We also need smaller allocators so that you can do within single page allocations. We don't need those yet though. What we're building for this conference is simply the ability to call a function, because I feel like that's impressive enough to display this. So I have a phone app that's just Wayland, a Linux distro on my phone, and I'm just going to load up Rust on my phone, compile it, and then run the CLI demo on my phone, and hopefully just call functions. Be able to put inputs, see outputs, maybe change the script to show that hey, this isn't a pre-compiled thing, and it's also JIT compiled. So we'll add in a command that lets us so we have sugar items, which is output IR output. And those will take all of 10 minutes to actually put in once we get around to it. But what we need right now is that ability to do function calls. So from the command line, we're already fully able to compile modules, see the output of those modules, errors when we compile them and all that. And what I've been working on today is I added in the ability for modules to link to other modules statically. So we're now able to, like, if there's a function in another module, we can reference that function, which is very useful. Yes. Well, we've kind of already done Hello World, but it's like a Hello World not in like a real environment. It turns out Hello World is actually hard from a scripting language perspective because you have to deal with strings. And strings are like dynamically allocated arrays, which means you need the ability to allocate memory dynamically and then set it and have like string literal constants and all of that fun stuff, which I will not have that ready for CS. We won't have I won't have string data types ready unless a lot of stuff comes together like really, really quickly, a lot faster than I think it is. But yeah. So one thing we definitely need is to finish the module linking system. Because what I'm doing here, when I call a function, we also want this function to be able to return like structures and whatnot. So, and indeed it is. Like, and I've like made it smaller so that it like doesn't like ding. Well, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. This one is going to be the year. This is going to be an awesome year. Trust me. If you ignore a number of things currently occurring, it's going to be an awesome year. But yeah, for one thing, I think my scripting language is going to reach maturity, and like we're actually going to be able to use it. Maybe even use it in an engine. Maybe even release things with the engine. We'll see. Depends on how certain things that are currently in flux work out. But yeah, let's dive right into this. I just need to decide what I want to finish doing. I might finish up casting because I've been putting off doing casting for a while. So yeah, let's finish that up. So what do we need to get casting working? IR JIT. I already added it to the intermediate representation, so we need to add it to the just-in-time compilation. And the parser. You know a few things. Same power as assume the cow is a perfect sphere. Hey, every cow I've seen is a perfect sphere, so I have no clue what you're talking about. Let's go from the parser to the runtime. So just make our way through the whole thing. I guess first we need a grammar concept. And I think I like the grammatical simplicity of C-style casting. Okay. The syntax I'm going to go with for casting, at least for now, is going to be to continue on with what I was going to do before, which is just there's going to be a function with the name of a type. Like if you want to cast to an i32, you use the i32 function from the standard library, and then you pass in the cast target like that. And then these will just be intrinsics that take in a bunch of different things that you could cast to an i32. Problem is, that's a lot of intrinsics to add. One for every single possibility. And it also, it doesn't account for specifically for pointers, because I wouldn't be able to write like I moot i32 like this. That grammar doesn't make sense at all. I would be able to write pointer to immutable i32. I would be able to do that, and that would work. Maybe I can add on like an as grammatical sugar later, but I think that's a better option, is a cast template. So let's add this as an intrinsic, just like we do for slice. Call this cast. I guess we could also call it just as. That way other people can extend it if they want it, or whatnot. Okay, what does this return? So template args is the first one. This will only take one template arg of any type. Then argument types. So since this is not an indexer, we don't want to force a type. Higher native type. For this, we need to make a helper function. We can't only do one. Let me look at native type real fast. Booleans to pointers. Do I want to be able to implicitly cast between all of these? Do I want to have, well, not implicitly, but like explicit as, like Boolean as a number? I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to pointers directly in if statements. Don't want pointers directly in if statements. I prefer if they were all valid. But I think for the sake of simplicity and time, we're going to just have the ability to cast between every single native type. Strong maybe. I'm going to add another strong maybe, which is I don't know if I have struct member access working at the moment. Like, if I go to my example scripts, do I access any structs? Access enums. I mean, we're also implementing module imports, so, you know, it's not all one-sided. So I don't know if struct member access, I don't know if I've actually implemented it yet. It's like one pointer operation, yes or no, in a couple different functions, mainly two. Function. Function chaining operator. So this is basically the way I'm handling member functions in BraneScript is any function can be used as a member function. They're all just declared as regular functions, but the first argument can implicitly be a self argument. So instead of doing slice u32 here, you could do 100,000 dot slice u32 because the first argument of slice is an int u32. So you would just write it as it feels natural to you, like in either way. But that would mean you could do, if I added in that operator, you could do as this, as that, just like that, and it'd be super clean. I'm not gonna worry about that for now because I'm just rushing to get a demo working in like 12 hours. So define as op for a, what's the demo for again? CES. So consumer electronics show, like biggest tech event, or I guess consumer tech event of the year. And I don't need a demo. I don't have like anybody asking for a demo. It's just kind of something I personally want. Anyone can enter? Not, well, they try to make it like a little bit exclusive. You have to like, if you're signing up as a industry attendee, they make you like prove you work for someone in the industry or whatnot. I'm getting it on a media pass because I work for tech YouTubers. But like, if you want to pay their exorbitant entry fees, you too can get in. Yes. So, well, not really. You don't get a lot of reveals at this conference, but you do get to see hardware in person. A lot. Like, there's a lot of like, not necessarily startups. It's a little bit. It's an expensive conference to go to if you are a startup that's not funded. But there's a lot of cool tech there. I'm gonna see like Shiftall's headsets, the Play for Dream headsets. I know that like some of the Titan haptics people from last year are coming, so that they'll probably be there. B Haptics always has a booth. There's probably going to be various glove companies around. I know that UdiCap usually makes showings, so they were like off in a different building for some reason. In like the like Chinese networking devices area, not the where they grouped all the VR people together. EOZ will be there most likely again, and then various other like cool stuff. Yeah, got to do that filming for the Tuesday news day. Yep. Technically, that's the thing it will say on my badge. Is some well, I don't know about on my badge, but that's like the excuse of how I get in is like I'm camera guy. I think if I just put pointer none, it will allow any type of pointer into here. Yeah, I did a little bit last year too. You can actually see me in the video at some points wearing this jacket. Yeah. My pointer. Ah, there it is. I guess. Um. Before from in types. That's where we put our from type. And this is template args, I believe. Yeah, it is our template args. I stopped being able to afford to live with colors. No. This this stream is just, I expect this stream to be really, really long. So I put zero effort into actually setting it up and making it look nice. Because I'm like, I'm like locked in right now. I need to be more locked in and continue to be locked in. So I'm going to point a camera at my face so that I just keep working. Sorry, it's not about you guys. It's about me. I'm doing this purely for my own hubris. And like, I'm using you guys just so I can work better. At least this time. So we're casting from to template types 1. I guess that's what this line is doing. It's just been so long since I actually wrote that. Then our arg here can be anything. Well, this could also be a struct or an enum. Can it be? No, it can't be. Because this only accepts native types. And that will be enforced by the compiler. We basically don't care about any of this stuff. Start out. We get to have the fun job of doing every single one of these conversions. Which, how many possible combinations are there here? Quite a few possible combinations. So what? This to the power of 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 121 possible combinations. And that's why there are so many assembly code commands for casting. So I think for casting between casting like sizes, we're just going to bitcast those. We're not going to worry about it. We're not going to worry about like overflows or whatever. That's the programmer's problem. Not a very Rust mentality of me, I know, but so we're going to say U8, or you have a U8 and an I8, as well as the alternative I8 to U8. This is why I've resisted doing this in the past. It's because like 128 possible combinations, there should be a little bit more than that, I think, but it's 2. Yeah, anyways, 128 possible combinations, like we're gonna write that out all manually, but it takes a little bit. There's a dependent library somewhere. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, this isn't right. I keep messing myself up. I keep thinking that, like, oh, this is like the actual like ASM implementation side. No, this is still just on the IR implementation side. Yeah. Which I guess makes it easy for me on that implementation side. Where is cast? Yeah. So I have this native type cast here. But you know what? Let's keep this simple for now. On our intrinsics, we're just gonna say context. How do we do this for... Okay, some R value. Okay. So we need to return the result of the cast, basically. Context. Up. Up. Yes. Casting. Simply casting from to the to type. What about 2026? Well, 2026 is going to be either amazing or terrible. I'm hoping for amazing. That's what I'm betting on. We are no longer doomer posting. It is going to be the best year ever. This is my New Year's resolution. If you tell yourself if you repeat a fact enough times, regardless of how truthful it is, you start believing it. I think we've all heard like the body temperature of a chicken is 147 degrees. And if you like repeat that to yourself, like it's completely like ludicrous. The chicken would be like cooking itself. But if you repeat it enough, you'll believe it. So I'm just gonna keep saying 2026. It's gonna be my year. It's gonna be the year of VR. Yeah. I'm gonna make it happen. This is going to be an awesome year though. If the stuff I think is going to happen happens and I don't blow up my car in 2 weeks, then it's going to be a pretty fun year. Not the puffin. The puffin is fake. Very very fake. Oh wait, not puffin. I'm thinking pickle. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the pickle. I'm not sure about the puffin. I'm not actually quite sure what that is. But the pickle, those AR glasses that they've been trying to market on like Twitter recently, the pickles are not real. Hilarious. Easiest dunk for anybody who knows what they're talking about. I, in the hardware space, don't really know what I'm talking about, but I have a lot of friends who do. And they're all over it. Is the Puffin the meta prototype? Maybe. Okay, so that's meta's like, oh, it's a big screen beyond factor with a compute puck thing. Maybe. I have no knowledge on the realness of that one. The pickle is fake though. The pickle is Decagear but less reputable. Like, as someone who worked at Decagear, the pickle is Decagear but less reputable. Do they unveil things at CES? Um, Not really. Sometimes, kind of, sort of. Um, I can't remember any major things being unveiled at CES. It's not like an E3 event. It's more of like a trade show where you walk around. The people from one company that are paid to go to every conference talk to the people from the other company that are paid to go to the conference, and they mingle and they like drink fancy drinks and they make deals for their companies. Um, it's more sort towards that than like an E3. Um, but there's a lot of cool tech there. Even last year, there's like a fair number of like robots walking around and stuff. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I agree on the compute puck. The problem is people just have like an extremely strong hatred of chords, and they're like, no, the chord to the puck is too much. We can't have any chords. I need this extra 100 grams pressing directly into my forehead because that is more comfortable than feeling a single chord go down to my pocket. Like, I can't handle the chord. It's ridiculous. Compute buck all the way. I would love to see a motorcycle form factor headset. That'd be a fun video. I'm gonna remember this. Where'd my phone go? Is my phone down there? Like, I thought about that too. But, like, there we go. It is written down. Oh, yeah. And I bet it would be more comfortable too, because, like, you have all that extra padding holding it in place. I guess the Eagle Eye headset is sort of like that, though that's more of a combat headset than a. Um, it's like a combat headset with an AR HUD rather than a like true VR headset. Okay. Would be heavier, but it would be an entire helmet. You don't have this like take up as little surface area on your head as possible. Instead, it's like an entire big screen beyond could be part of the headset. You could just plop big screen beyond in there. Though what you could also do is grab a set of displays from one of those display manufacturers that welds the two displays and optics together on one side, and like you get your like 180 degrees of view. Because let me tell you, I've stuck my head like in AWE. There's like this one optics manufacturer that occasionally pops up, and they have like the like thing you can stick your head into of like these test displays that have like a really wide field of view, and it's amazing. You can see that way. I would want that in a motorcycle for factor headset. Problem is, then you'd have to machine those displays or get one of those companies to actually send you them. And then if you don't figure out how to machine them yourself, the video is not very replicatable, and I kind of want that. It'd be cool to have a replicatable video. How is this working? Oh, it's a let else, but they put the else on the new line, so it's like no clue what's going on there. Scoosty. Okay. Yeah, so we're done. We've implemented slice. I've taken too long just standing here yapping. Moving on to, we didn't have to add anything to the parser because the parser already works. And then sorry, I'm just thinking about the trailing function call operator. I'm realizing I don't actually need to even add it to the AST, because I could just have the parser output a function call. Now I'm like going like total squirrel. I'm just gonna implement this real fast to where like I realized I can make this work with like not too much work. So if you look to last time I checked, there's no errors in this. It's the wrong map. Yeah, some trait keeps getting imported in here that messes with all the map functions. This is trait input map, but it's not trait input map. I remove input. Use input. do need to import Prelude though. I was wondering the LSP is freaking out about this. This importing all these primitive recovery recursive text, all of this stuff that we need. I'm just gonna have to live with errors as you do. Even though they're not errors, this module compiles fine. Here we go. That's our redefine expression. We have Adam. Oh, I already have it defined. Have it defined as a field accessor. Ignore then path segment repeated. So this syntax works. Technically, it's grammatically correct. This is making me realize that implicit member functions on everything, or functions that look like member functions on everything, could potentially conflict with yes. I see you too. Alright, well, I guess it's not like super late yet. It will be super late soon. Hey look, I'm flying tomorrow. Yeah, this is making me realize that the implicit member function syntax could have members of a struct confused with functions, with how my grammar currently functions, or the way that I was going to make the grammar work. But if I keep it like this, then I just realized we can circumvent the fact that member calls might potentially conflict with actual members, we can fix that by just checking if the self argument has a member with the name of the function. Otherwise, it just does an implicit function call. So this field here, this field actually need to be defined as recursive, because we immediately define it and it's not recursive. So yeah, I'm just gonna say let field is equal to that. Say wait, call is here after the member accessor. That's fine. It's fine, it will work. This is going to be implicit call. An implicit call is going to be atom fold left. Token ignore, then path segment. Dot. Then, well, basically I need to do this. That's the right side of the expression. Right. The right side of the expression is token, then a path segment, and then list of expressions. I think this work. Now here we just say expression kind. And call it implicit self call. We have our function. We can't use the same call for both of these. Expression. So there's the first argument, which is self-expression. Then we'll have the path and args. Like so. Then what we need to do is we want to say insert at 0. Actually, wait, no. No, because we wrote our own custom version, or custom enum for this, which means we can do box new self-expression path, and then args. Maybe it'll just work. Vector expression path. It's not complaining. I think implicit calls will work now. So let's add this to our compiler. We have several things we need to do to our compiler. I guess also we need to do to using this is temporary grammar. Module URI string. The thing I want to do is to set up module config. Module config files, similar to like C# assembly definitions. That would be the perfect place to get this information from, but right now we only have text files. So we're going to say using, and then this is an optional from, where it's using it from. Clone. Then token from ignore. Then string literal? Or not? There we go. And this will give us an optional source module. Yeah. Yeah, see, it's only complaining about Brain Core IR. No wonder I'm not getting error checking anywhere else. Okay, and now other stuff is going to be complaining. Nope. Not covered. Parser. Use used value path segment. That'll make it not angry. Expected 2 arguments. Found 1. Import the right thing, please. Non-exhaustive. This pattern has 2 fields. HTRS. Ah. My display function's breaking everything. This is just going to copy this. I might pushing strings instead of just writing. This is ridiculous. Did I have like an AI write this or something? Here, we'll have AI write it again. Let's see if it can do better. I assume that this is the same code. My first mistake. And that's now implemented. Okay, and now that's happy. Intrinsics. Oh, I know what I did. I forgot to rename that. I actually get a location for this? Yes, not fail only. No good error. Required arguments, required positional arguments. If I wanted to like force people to write a like an equal sign, like if I wanted to have a command that is let thing colon type equals, like if I wanted to write that out, how would I do that? Arg value parser. What does this value parser do? I like this. I like that value parser thing, but What if you can just do like a static? You probably can. That actually would be really useful. Because I could also just have it parse enums too. Just like overcomplicating things. What was I doing? Are we just getting everything working? I know we were working on getting casting working, and I got sidetracked on implicit function calls, and I got sidetracked on setting variables. So let's just not worry about any of that for now. And let's get back to just getting casting working. Hello. Grammar works. Are we just missing enum match members? Like using, yep, brain compiler passes. Yeah, it's all compiler stuff. Insert, import, ooh, from map. Text. Do I have a URI parse? I need to do a URI parse. Where do I want the parser to live? Do I add Chomsky to core just so I can parse URIs? I think I do. I think I do add. I think I do add it. Do want to copy just that function, just these two functions. Look at these. Oh, I do have Chomsky as part of the workspace. Amazing. Song reminds me of the Titanfall 3 lobby music, and I love it for that. Not Titanfall 3, Titanfall 2. Did I say Titanfall 3? Signs that I'm going insane. Or maybe I have been playing Titanfall 3. I just haven't told anybody. Now, at this rate, I'm going to have to make Titanfall 3. We're going to have to make it in VR. And it's going to cause everybody nausea, and I'm going to call it a skill issue. Oh. Simple spam. Please and thank you. They do, but they're like... I've played some of them, and most of them are like... Then again, I only played them like a long time ago. Like a really long time ago. When I... Like on the Vive. Or even when I was still on my Windows Mixed Reality headset. Titanfall's not dead. What are you talking about? I could hop into a lobby right now and the matchmaking wouldn't take longer than 3 minutes. Don't tempt me, I will do it. Ow. Technically, Apex Legends is Titanfall. Technically. But yeah, we're never getting it back. Output. What's the output? Token I. Let me see. Compiler. parser source lib. What does this return? Like our actual parser. Our actual parser returns source I, and then our vector of definitions. Oh boy. Source, our input. So glad I put time into that so I don't have to worry about it now. This will work for any generic string input. Then our output will be URI. Super URI. We're not going to have unknown as a URI parsing parameter. We are going to have standard lib. This is just going to go to URI standard library. Don't need token or white space or comment. I don't need them. Because I don't want to account for them. Say just standard library equals this. Just file. Then And that's just a file path. Converting that to a string right away. Then just BraneScript. This refers directly to and only to a BraneScript file. And this will be to your oh, it has to be a map. No, I'll allow it to link any type of function or file. Fine. Can I collect a string from that? It's not complaining. Well, now it is. I just could give like very basic failed to parse URI, but we'll go with that. And there we go. Now we can parse URIs and actually link to things. That's pretty cool. Then I'm gonna nuke everything we did, basically, by adding this on there. Basically means that this will never fail to parse. Because we do custom. Oh, actually, we can't do custom. We have another use case. It's nearly 2 a.m. Because we're just crunching a little because I want to show this demo off to people, and it's like really close, but also like okay, the core like functionality is there. The really cool thing I want to show off is there. The padding to make it look nice and to be useful isn't there. So we're kind of sprinting, making thing that a nerd think is cool. We're sprinting in, making it so other nerds think it's cooler. Not really going to be understandable to a normie, unless like I hold it up to one of the Resonite team while I'm at CS, and it's like, hey, really fast scripting system. I've been looking into it more recently because it's like, ooh, look, here's an example of a, game getting released. Maybe you still might not release it, so I have to say maybe. Probably getting released with a custom scripting language and engine, which I think is really cool. Now, do I think the language is custom language is overkill for this particular use case? A little. But I think it's really cool. And I hope he keeps doing it because it is really cool. Not practical per se. The only reason I'm making a custom language is because I want to. That's the only reason you make a custom scripting language is because you want to. But also, I have an actual justification, which is every scripting language is slow. I want one that's fast. So I'm making one that's actually fast, using JIT compilation. So I'm going to have a really fast scripting language. This is my justification. His is that C++ sucks, which, yeah, it does. Cool. But I'm like, I need to do that. I have a lot of justifications for a custom engine and a custom language. His is that he didn't like the tech stack, which I respect. But that's like building a custom web browser because you don't like the current one, which is also kind of what I'm doing. Anyways, yeah. It's hard for me to be a fence sitter here because I agree with him, but also I see why no one else would do that. I need to see the other side of this error. Associated function declared here. Dang it, it just shows me the annotation, it doesn't link it. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to the person who asked a question right above you. Becoming a little less skeptical of trust me bro, we need a new language. Computers are getting very parallel, and untrusted code execution in VR is not really a solved problem. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing. Trust me bro, we need a new language for VR. There are so many times where I'm tempted to call it a match statement a map statement, because that's like in my head what I'm doing is I'm mapping the arguments, but this is basically just a embedded map instead of this, since we want to use our short circuit result operator. Oh, I accidentally called this form, not from. Cool. So we can actually import from places now, which is good. All the plumbing except for literally just that was implemented. Okay, this function is going to be massive. Oh, wait a second. This is the map. So replace source with map. We aren't removing types. I'm realizing now that's probably another thing we need to do. That was just an optimization pass. We don't need to worry about any of these parser errors because they're fake. So this is going to be massive. Value type use size. What's the use size for? At the size of the type? Yes. Okay, so for casting from I8, I16, I32, basically just that. We will need sign extend. We're converting from any one of these to any one of these, or the unsigned version of those types. Is this valid? Type, native type, oh. Oh, this is the it's the crane lift type. We get the I guess the from type is already native type. So from types, let's say I8. I think we're going to start seeing more compute pucks in VR now that Valve has cracked streaming latency. Did they release it publicly? How they do it? I guess we are seeing Vivid rendering pop up in a ton of places. If we start seeing more devices with eye tracking specifically, then yes, I do think we're going to start seeing more of that. At least it would make sense. I really hope we see more compute pucks just like in general, because they're better. Just for the user in general. Not everyone. Everyone should, but some people play VR in different states and you need to maybe don't think about it too much, but yeah. Let's do our base cases first. If really would prefer to have the actual value of this. I can just mount the puck onto the headset. This is true. This is a pretty hard problem to solve if I don't have access to the original value, because the original value determines if I need to sign extend signed values or not. I have to have a way to actually do an IGIT value, which is the function I'm currently in. Don't necessarily have that. So we're just going to heat slightly. Cast now has a from type and a to type. This will allow us to know if we need to do a sign extension or not. Now going back to the not the yellow. Oh, okay. The crane lift backend here. We now have a from type and a to type. We have a couple different categories here. If we're going int to int, if we're going float to float. If we're going from int to float, and if we're going from float to int. Okay, so if this is an int, if the to type if from type size is equal to type size, do we need to do before we can just straight bitcast, which is what we're gonna do here, we need to either just gonna say from is mutable. That would be a lot easier to deal with. From type size is smaller than the to type. Then, if from type is unsigned, then we want to say from is equal to context builder insert unsigned extend to what's the runtime to type itself. Value. Where is JIT type? I have a JIT type somewhere. Oh, it is a self JIT type. Oh, right. Static function. Then if so I guess sign extend is valid. Convert x to a larger integer by sign extending. Yes. Else if from type size is more than to type size, then context builder insert truncate to rtate to type. Round floating point to integral towards. That's not what I want to do. So if we go to one of these, you extend float promote, float demote, float demote, float promote, float convert to uint, float convert to signed int. Float convert from all those things. Oh, is this it? Concatenate low and high bits. Or no. I've used this before. Where have I used this? I've used this in the load function because I use uextend. Use this somewhere. Maybe it's in function arguments? Yeah, it's here. Dirt lane, compact darts. I know what it is. Because I always forget that it's I. Then it's never just the name, it's integer reduce because it could be signed or unsigned. There we go. And now if this is a float and the other one is a float, if the from type size is larger than the to type size, then we want to do context builder insert f promote. That's vector. Okay. Actually, that's if the from type is bigger. We want to do f demote instead. Hey, finally, if we're converting from an int to a float, I just want this. Maybe. Depends. Let me test something first. If the from type is unsigned, context builder insert see, it was right underneath sign extend, f demote, f demote, f demote. There it is, f cvt2. Yeah. Ah, there it is. Float convert from uint. You think it takes care of the size for us? With our luck, probably not. But we can dream, right? Converts a signed integer to a floating point. Each lane in X is interpreted as a signed integer. Converted to floating point uses the nearest ties to even. Result may have the same number of vector lanes. Must have the same number of vector lanes as the input. Dreaming requires sleeping. We don't do that here. Here, let me check Bitcast. Does Bitcast say interpret the bytes in X as a different type? The input and output types must be storable in memory of the same size. So this explicitly tells you that it has a size requirement, whereas these do not. So we're going to assume that they don't. You know what they say about people who assume. Oh, that is a massive wall of text where tiny thing go wrong make go boom. But it fine. Man, writing tests for full code coverage of all of this is a job for AI. Coding very late? Indeed I am. Yeah, we're trying to get some CES demo stuff working. And it's late enough that I'm getting sidetracked and getting some, like, work that I've been putting off for a long time. We're getting that work done. Like, we just implemented casting, like, native type casting. Theoretically, if it actually works. Which, I don't know, maybe. Don't really have a way to test it at the moment. But, where is it? I'm unable to read. Need maybe casting. There it is. It's the top of the list that I didn't see because of this. So I'm just going to mark this as done. Need maybe module linking with URIs. That is also done. strong maybe. Struct member access. That would be really nice. Function chaining operator. This is actually theoretically also done. Maybe. Okay, that is not done. But we can make it done. What line is this on? 778? This is on the compiler side, not the backend side. What is this? Wait. Okay. Like. Maybe there's a future where function calls can explicitly return non-temporary values, but not right now, at least. Then here, I'm not sure how to do this for fields. You get, if you access a field in most languages, it is treated this my solution for it? Enable struct field. Yeah, this is my... This was some, it was a solution. And it's kind of the solution you need. Pretty sketchy, though. Basically variable. Did I actually implement variable? So with our value, if we do deref, do reference non reference that we need to handle. I don't know if I was cooking or going insane when I wrote this code. Well, one thing's for sure, expression kind path. That's, wait. Yeah, this isn't what I thought it was at the time. This is wrong. This needs to be a symbol lookup. Where's the thing? Move from linked list to stacks. Get to deal with the postfix, suffix. Nice. The fun syntax to get used to. So this get variable at path, this is supposed to be used for... I wrote all this code and none of it's being used, by the way. And I know for a fact that none of it's getting used. This expression kind path, this is supposed to reference a variable with like this dot segment. So like path dot segments dot length, that would be a path. And if we do context get variable at path, it would try to find like first path. It'd find this segment here, which is our root, that is just available in our current scope. And then it would find segments, and then it would find length, if length was a member variable. And then it would turn that into a into like a function L value, but this is our value. Right value. We don't have function right values at the moment. We have the ability to have function pointers. This language actually does support function pointers. I implemented that yesterday? Today? Anyways, the runtime does have support for both hot function reloading, theoretically. The JIT compilation has support for hot function reloading and all that fun stuff. Constructor grammar not implemented yet. Array and tuple not implemented yet. So call works. How do I get my callable? Expression ast expression. Then we match an expression if it's a path. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm completely circumventing just straight up fully circumventing my own system. I should be able to have an R value that is a function or an L value. Yeah, I should have the ability to have an R value that is a function. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Okay, so I understand why Past Me did this, but I just want to talk to him. Just want to talk. When we emit a callable, we have this AST expression. This AST expression is a path we do this. Otherwise, we say expression is not a callable. We don't have the ability to call other functions in the same compilation unit yet. Support. Only doing intrinsics at the moment. Okay. So basically what I need to do is put callable compile time variable or emulated struct. What the? It's not descriptive, Past Me. Compile time variable. That makes it sound like it's a compile time constant. Maybe compile time. Compile time labeled variable. There we go. That's better. No, this still doesn't make sense. So I can't access variables, which means this whole mess is working to some extent. This expression here. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. If this is a path, then we treat it as a path. We search for the result of the path. We don't use our existing system for resolving symbols, I guess. It's our existing system for resolving symbols. Like we would just get a right value or wrong value for this. But this we're actually like, yo, find the thing. And then here, we can account for function pointers at a later time when we actually need like closures and stuff. But that time is not yet. How does it feel to get nerd sniped by your past self? I'm still confused. It feels like there must be a better way to handle this. There must. Okay, so this field thing. Oh. I just suddenly understood my own code and if path segments length equal 1. So if this is an identifier, context get variable at path is okay. Return this value at path. Okay. So we're gonna not copy that code, I guess. This is L value, so this is, we want to put a variable somewhere. And we have to match on the result of self L value. And if this is a variable, then we want to add to the variable path. The label and struct field is two different ones. Can I just like... Okay. Do I actually like match on that value? I already wrote the code for myself. What? This is the code I was just about to write. If this is... Here's our root L value. If it's a pointer, go through and then just add to the pointer. So we get a pointer that points to the field of the struct. If this is a variable, push a field. Is this referenced anywhere? Function context is. I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about get struct field. Coding in circles. I'm making forward progress, but like this is like me. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I wrote all the code. I just didn't connect it. This is like me cutting like through the jungle, and then I suddenly stumble onto like a paved like road that goes for like 6 feet. Just clearing. Like there's a game path or something. We don't want R value, we want L value. Right here. We wanted yes. I guess I did it as a helper function because I was like, oh, I might need to get the struct field in other places, right? LSP? You are stupid. Unless it's like in here. Oh, it is in here. So I use this already from my load and store functions. I do access. I access struct members already. I just didn't connect it up to the actual like user syntax to use that functionality. Does it return an L value? It does. So I can literally just now I have a path segment, which is like name, right? I didn't even write this code too long ago. This is like 4 months ago. How do I get blame? In 2020 time? What do you mean in 2020 time? 2020 time is the world stopped. I have not aged since 2020. I am still 17. Okay, so this will get that path segment. I'm realizing something. This should fold right, not fold left. This, we should have, with this logic, we should evaluate we have that identifier, another identifier, and then another one. With the code I'm about to write here, we want to evaluate this, then get back because it's a member of that. We want the tree to look like this. I think the tree does actually look like that. So I think we're good. Flashbang. This wants the index of the member. Already. Where do I want to put this? Time for bed? Never time for bed. We don't do that here. I'll put it right here. Struct, actually field ID. This is an enum. And our options will be index or name. If MID equal to name, then some index, else none. Okay, or else some. Oh wait, that incorrect. Thing. It's okay, or else it's supposed to be on a fine map, which it is. That is correct. That is correct. I know what we can do. MID map. Then inside of this, we can put this. We can flatten it. something has our formatting not happy, so we're not getting auto format. I think we're getting auto format before this, so I don't know. What did I do? So that actually does contain the names, so we can do fields iterate here, but instead of this, we can do come on, there has to be a syntax error here somewhere. There. I didn't type something in here. There we go. Look at that. You can get struct fields now. L values. That means you can assign to struct values. Was I able to read from struct values? No. I guess it would be fairly easy to implement this. Then once I have the R value, expect this to be an R value structure. Object. And one of these fields matches the path segment, and then we're good to go. It's actually simpler than I expected. Grab the code from get struct name. This one, fields, iterator enumerate. That exact line of code there is what we need. Okay. Intros for me. I thought you were so deep in thoughtful meditate. I sometimes do that. Not on this stream though. This stream, we're little little manic, just slightly. Out of standard vector art value. This is owned. We don't need to clone. We could just... I guess since that's dynamically allocated memory... Just mem copy it out of there. And won't spend too much time on that. Not doing that. Okay. I don't think we're done with everything, but currently it would compile. maybe this implicit self-call that I want to... that I don't need to implement for this conference. I'm just going to ignore this for now. Don't need the ability to reference stuff yet, though it would work sometimes. It would only work if it's a pointer. Does it only work for referencing member variables? Or the result of index operations? And not really for the result of index operations. I would need to add indexing grammar into the language for that to work. Which I should probably do. It's probably like the internet going out or something then. Is my internet kind of wonky? Oh. RIP. Not... That would not have been my internet. Go away, notifications. I don't need to implement this. I need to stop myself from implementing stuff I don't need to. Okay. Let's check out what we implemented. So, we're ignoring that. Struct member access. Done question mark. Templates, generic R writer class. This isn't happening. Intrinsic functions for allocation, expose parsers for CLI use. Runtime reflection system with string dump. Okay, so the things that matter are this and this. Expose parsers for CLI use, runtime reflection system with string dump. So this is going to be what we use for reading our input. Runtime reflection system with string dump to actually print stuff out. I'm implementing it. I can't stop myself. I'm implementing it. Or rather, match self emit L value, not R value, expression, root namespace, context. He's implementing it. He's reaching. He's pulling this code out. Use case for an AI assistant, nagging you to prevent wasting time doing things you don't need to. I like halfway got through writing that, I'm not gonna lie. Or not writing it, but like assembling. I wrote like a to-do list, but you talk to it. It was a cool project. Like there isn't really a need for one that actually has emotion. Seems like need to be made anyway, just from people being too parasocial with them otherwise instead. So it's an interesting thing because if you look at the way the human brain works, emotions are very crucial to reward circuitry, or how you learn. And something I've thought about is like when you eventually get to the point where you have AIs that can train themselves, or machine learning systems that can actually learn while deployed, some system that mirrors the functionality of emotions may be useful. Now, the reward function for like what generates the dopamine response, what generates like all these different like anticipation of reward for action, that's dopamine. Reward for action, which I think is serotonin. All of those things are like AI will have things that mimic emotion. They do not currently have that. They currently have a I guess in the training phase they kind of have that, but that's more of like a depending on different factors, you die or you don't die. It's not really like factoring into your thought process. All AI has now is follow the directive. They follow the directive, but they don't. They just do a random thing, but all the things that did random things that didn't achieve the goal got killed. So you're left with the thing that does random thing, but it achieves the goal. You didn't kill it. Oh, it wants a native type. Is this box? It is not box. We make it box. Hello. Pointer. Is this mutable? I don't track it currently. I need to because eventually we'll get to the point where mutating an immutable reference will literally crash the script because of page guards and all that. We're going to say true. This pointer is mutable. Retain, not retain. What am I looking for? Preserve pointer mutability. How large do you think the learning curve will be for the average person to learn your script? What did I spell wrong? Oh, preserve. Preserve. No, I didn't. You're lying. Maybe mutability. No, I spelled that right. Parson. There is no parson. You lie. There we go. Now, How large do you think the learning curve will be for the average person to learn your script? I'm hoping it's going to be less than Rust. It's probably going to be well, it depends. It just depends on how good the learning materials are. You won't have to learn multi-threading, but you'll get the benefits of multi-threading. It's going to be kind of C-like, so it's going to be pretty simple. It will have templates, which will increase the complexity slightly, but I would say roughly about the same complexity of learning either C or TypeScript, not doing React. Just like if you had a project with nothing but like a main function in TypeScript. Probably similar to C or TypeScript, basically. Because it kind of has the syntax of Rust slash TypeScript, both pointers. But I'm aiming for it's a C clone, basically. Okay, this is now implemented. What was... I completely scrolled. What am I doing? Expose parsers for CLI use. That's what we're doing next. So I want to expose literal. I don't believe identifier part of this. Okay, and now we have literal. If I say is this valid code? I sincerely hope so. Fowler's just going to be complaining about and oh well. Hey, did it finally figure itself out? No, it just collapsed itself. But we're good. Now, if I go to compiler and I'm already linking to the parser because, well, we're parsing stuff. That's vestigial links. We don't need those actually. Why did it change? Oh, that's the compiler. Hey, now, when we call the function, alright, good night. I will need the luck though, so thank you for that. Function source, function arms. What if? What if? Now hear me out. Hear me out. What if instead of actually parsing the function arguments, we just passed them to the directly to the string formatter because that's what we're doing. So I can just say args join like that. No. module name from module URI. I need a way to get the URI of a module. That actually matters. This is a perfect place for what's the is it bimap? It is bimap. Bidirectional map. So we can go from this direction to this direction, or this direction to this direction. And now, if we implement in the runtime, okay, does it still let me? Look up. Okay. So now going back to main. We'll be able to go. Oh wait, I did do a prefix for customs. So that means I can actually parse them. But they do need the hexadecimal. What do you deal with that? Anyways. I might just be able to compile this and run it. Don't need to worry about any of that actually. except for function source. Here's our constant we do still need function there. We're gonna say let func equal standard mem transmute execution context function bindings pointer add function table entry as use size. Can I just do add? No. Must be cast. That pointer gets cast to function that takes two pointers. It is exactly the same, so we're just gonna do that since we're not. Actually, wait a second. I can just put constant execution context there. And then have the exact correct definition. I do see, yeah, see declare this. Reproduce this structure using C declaration. What was I gonna do? Right. Function then we need have a variables page, and I'm going to allocate this with runtime store alloc page, And we're also going to have a return page. This is also testing parts of the runtime. Okay, so here we're going to return vars page. Results. Okay, anyhow, this, didn't I? No, I didn't. Right. Vars page. Data? Wait a second. Wrong. This isn't how we do this. Bindings 0. No 1, because we're gonna leave 0. 0 is null pointer, so we're gonna leave that binding undone. Bindings 1 is equal to wait a second. I can just do that. Valid. I have to cause more work for myself. Okay, now let's use our BraneScript pointer concept to let's get pointer new 1 0 2 0. Then this becomes U32 U32 like that. Perfection. Alright, so that's theoretically calling the original function, not our new function. Okay, now we can add a user call index here. Cool. We should now be able to run any function we want, be able to put in whatever arguments we want that we can statically create. We do now have the issue of we don't have a way to call those functions. Which means we need a way to That should be subcommands, honestly. Okay, so Yeah, how far into the... Yeah, that is the fine game. do a quick round down. What if we did do it divided by 8, and then we just printed out 8 bytes? Be 16,000, which means 5 is our max character count for this. right now we are attempting to print out debug memory to see, are we actually getting the result of the function that we expect. Let's see. So non-null represents a non-null pointer. Why no loop? Because I didn't want to have to deal with it. And when I say I don't want to have to deal with it, if you look here, I have like different spacing between like the first 4 and the second 4, and I didn't want to have to deal with different looping stuff there. I just wanted formatting to be simple. And I was like, oh, loop less code, but loop more mental energy. Preserve mental energy. Oh, ask AI agent to do. No. No asking AI agent to do. Feel bad. How do I get the actual value of this? Does this give me the pointer? Yes. Okay. So theoretically, we can now load a function, we can now call a function with whatever arguments we want, and then print out what the function returned to us in hexadecimal raw memory form. Let's try it out. It's gonna break so badly. Don't worry about it. I do plan to clean out the warnings once we get it to like a stable form, but until then, they're just noise. Okay, load loop examples scripts loop. That's fine, it compiles. Warnings are warnings. Okay, I'm gonna mess around with this so that actually, do I have a test script? I do. Let's do test script instead. The module's now loaded. There we go. We have the module add test, the function add test under our module. We can see now. Here, I'm gonna blow up the console for you guys so you guys can see it. Okay, moment of truth. I don't want to mess up the console commands, so I'm gonna look over here because I want, I want that clean screenshot. So now, call add test, and let's also see. Let's bring up add test here. That is quite the madness. That I'm gonna have to read through. Call add test from module test with the arguments five. I've been making that joke for years. I'm making the coding language BraneScript. Okay. Return value. What was I doing with all of this? No, screw it. Let's just try seeing if it works at all first. It does not. We panicked. Attempt to subtract with overflow. This is stupid error. I wanted cool error. Why you give me stupid error? Rust of validation and review. Subtract with overflow. Just wrap around. I like integer overflows. They're cool. Wait, brain C emitter? My printing library failed. Of all things, my printing library failed. Eight. My fancy formatting. I'm not sure what this line of code does. Command range and less than 0. There's a cleaner way to do this, but I don't know. Yep. The module, let's throw this in there. Build to parse custom. Okay. One of these I can fix really easily, and that's the I got so rust-brained that I couldn't write my own language. Where is this block of code? There it is. We need to put a semicolon at the end of this line. Now, failed to parse custom. I guess I'll deal with it. I think, yeah, we print it as hexadecimal. That means I need to go to brain parser lib hex. Then we go to runtime IR parser. Okay. The groups of two at most 8. At least 1. 1 is a byte. 8 bits requires 2. Yeah. That might work. Needs some testing for sure, but might work. I don't know at what point this is getting called. For Rain will work with me here. Yeah, I don't know when this is getting called. Period. Load into module test example scripts test B script. Then to try running the function. Command failed. Module file example scripts test B script was not found. Interesting. Okay. Wait. Context emit module. See, after namespace. Yeah, after we're done with all the adding definitions to namespace, we go self-loaded modules. Self-mutable? It is. Insert. I watched the first season of Free Run. I've watched a couple episodes. I did enjoy it. But I'm slacking. Did I not implement clone for ident3? I didn't. That's hilarious. Like, past segment. Ah. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna have this virally infect all of my code. Hello. What was I doing? No, wait. We were working in the compiler real fast to make it so it saves the latest version of each file's namespace. That's the emitter, not the compiler. Brain C lib. There we go. But and no debug. PowerShell isn't really a necessary skill. I prefer to learn Bash. I'm only in PowerShell because it's the easy default. That also has aliases that seem like they're like Linux commands. So I don't have to act. I'm in PowerShell, so I don't have to learn Windows specific console commands. Okay. They were good. No errors. This might fix the error. I'm gonna throw this command into my paste sheet. Nope. In Notepad. Just pasting commands out of for my own CLI. Command failed. Test not found. What do I mean test not found? Notepad when you have nvim right next to it. See, thing is, Notepad is ephemeral, whereas Vim would want me to save the file. They take up different brain space. This is just like, I have no commitments here. This, I have a lot of commitments. This is responsibility. This is freedom. Main command, git source. Let me just make sure that looks like what I want it to. That's interesting. What did it say before? Maybe I do need to reduce the number of warnings. Command failed, test not found. But here it's module not found. So before, only test not found. Interesting. Different errors. Command failed. Add test. Command failed, test not found. I'm gonna turn on Rust backtrace. That way we can actually see where this error is coming from. Using command function, using test and file. User call. Good night. Wait a second. I think I know. I know what's going on. Bentley was thinking that stuff would be treated as an alias when it... No. It wasn't. The parser, there it is. I can probably check in for my flight now. This check-in starts soon. 24 hours. Ah, it's like in 30 minutes I can do check-in. Then I will have the Windows seat. No. Right. Using. What if I kept it this way? But okay, I have grammar. So close I can smell it, but not here. Here. Option of path different than option of library. Then path clone or token. Do that work? Maybe? It's not giving me error yet. So now compiler. We'd have one error, which is that we're not unwrapping thing. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Hello. Engine is coming along well. I'm very close to having a pretty cool demo working for the scripting language. As soon as I can get this one thing working, it seems. Oh, I mean, on the repository, yes. But basically, do you know how Python and a bunch of other similar interpreted languages have an interactive prompt? I thought it'd be really nice just for debugging and like iterating on features if I could also have an interactive CLI. So that's what I'm building, and we're like just a couple tweaks away from being able to call a function and then see its result. The see its results will still need a little bit of work. Once it does work, because we'll just be printing out raw memory stuff. Okay. Failed namespace test not found. Oh. I wrote in the fix but forgot to use it. So using star from that. Yeah, and I mean, mine is definitely has more overhead than the Python. CLI, unless I made it so that you could actually call that every command you did in the CLI was actually JIT compiled. I don't want to do that to start off because like I don't have enough of a language to actually control the language from the language yet. But expecting white space line comment, block comment identifier. Build to parse custom. Just have a bunch of these one-off little bugs. What's this? What's going on here? But I added this to my parser. Why it be this way? Parser using token star. What if I do token star? Or how about that? How about that? Maybe that works better. I know there's a project that ported CPython to Wasm. So we're going from Python's bindings to C to compiling to WebAssembly, if I'm understanding correctly. Which kind of brings you back to C, but in the web, kind of. I think it's not the worst thing that exists. Man failed, could not find identifier. I need to come up with better error messages for myself. Trace disabled backtrace. Oh, did I? That's right, I accidentally restarted the command prompt. Jitting this. Could not find identifier. Backtrace. Find identified 23. Would not find identifier. Thinking, oh, of course, I'll have. Other code that prints out the identifier that we actually failed to find. No. I didn't end up writing that. Okay, could not find identifier. There's a project to get that ported CPython to Blossom. Oh, you are. I already read that. I was like, that looked like a new message. I'm going insane. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Not find identifier any. Okay, I can work with this. But also, we're going to emit an error. Error at do path segments have spans? They don't, but they have identifiers. There we go. Now we'll actually get a usable error message. Without Rust backtrace. If you look here, look at that! A fully formatted error of any not being found. This is a job for the parser. Not that parser. This parser. Apparently it's an option, but oh, I had it defined for slice, but not for pointer. Got it. Okay. We're good. I'm using any instead of void because void is kind of like, I'm trying to make this make a very small effort to make this a learnable language, by making it unfamiliar to existing programmers, but slightly more familiar to like someone who isn't a programmer. Like if they see weird star symbol that mean pointer and then any, they're like, this can be a pointer to anything. And C programmer will just be like crashing out because they can't use void. Any still not found. So why? Yeah, this needs to be above this because any will match that as a path. Alarm's going off. Time to wake up. Cool. I have the boarding pass for my flight. Let's go. This time. Cannot dereference pointer with unknown type. Cast it to a known type first. Okay. I'm going to try to see if my own systems that I just coded worked, which might be dangerous. If I do result as, I didn't write that as, or I didn't finish writing that. Dang it. I don't have a clean string representation of types that I can print out. So instead, we're making it so that you can, in fact, dereference any types. It's fine if it's an L value, or write to any types. There he is. That's our value. We don't care about our value. Our value, we do need to know a known type. Wait, this is our value. Unknown type of our value. There we go. This. Hello. Right, one more or two more? This is from tests. We're not worried about tests right now. Okay. Does it work this time? Watch the function work and then the memory printing not. Not find identifier add test. Okay. Okay, that's the only place that we search for it. Okay, so not once did it search anywhere but the standard library. Okay. At no point do we ever walk the using statements ever. I know on some level, like, using state would give me a grammar error if they were wrong. Def kind using add def to namespace. Parser parsing to resolve errors. Defs. Yep, use def is right there. Def kind, choice, map with, repeated, collect. Oh wait, it wouldn't show up here. It would show up when we actually run the thing. Searching module file example scripts test BScript. Could not find identifier add test. In example scripts test BScript, which if we print module function, the only thing we get is add test. I now realize that I have never tested to see if non-intrinsic functions work ever. This is that. It's also going down the wrong code path. It's supposed to be doing the callable. Anyways, well, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours and my brain is fried. Don't think I'm going to solve this. Think about it, though. That's all pushed up. Hello. You caught me right as I was about to sign off, because I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, and I hit... This is going to be a hard problem to debug, because I haven't actually gotten stuff like that working before. I know it's going to be a nightmare, so I'm going to sleep, then I'm going to fix this error, and then I'm going to go on an airplane. Yeah. Alright, good night everybody, and